Welcome back to another stream of Disco Elysium with our first playthrough and the viewer influence aspect as well, by using the Twitch integration to let people participate in votes but also change our stats temporarily. And yeah, we are still on day 1, as you can see in the evening hours now, just past 6 PM. And yeah, we just got entrance to this building here, which we are going to start with investigating. Talked to this lady already. Had a look at a couple of doors.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
It's a pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. It's a sign for communism. Let's inspect the symbol closer.
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
What does it evoke in me?
Nothing at all yet. Right now, it's just meaningless shapes on a wall.
Hey there, Ayat. Welcome in. And good day to you. But yeah, it definitely is an interesting game with a very interesting narrative. Kind of like combining RPG and like tabletop in a kind of like book-like game almost. Because the game is primarily really, you know, the story and dialogue. Hey there, Mr. Molle, welcome in. Wie geht's, mein Freund? Mir geht es heute sehr gut. Danke der Nachfrage. Wie geht es dir? Ich hoffe, du hast einen schönen Tag bisher. There's not really much more to do here, is there? Thought I could go like upstairs. But it doesn't seem to be so.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Das hört sich doch gut an, Mr. Molle. Freut mich zu hören. Is it hard to learn German? Well, as a native speaker, I couldn't really say too much because I never knew how it would be like to learn it as a second language. But I know from people that have done so that it is definitely a more difficult language to learn. However, if you maybe have any experiences with like related languages, then you know, you're probably gonna have an easier time learning it.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension.
Schiller! Schiller! Ba, ba, ba.
Hey there, Schiller. Welcome in, dude. Ahoy. The grammar is hard, but the words are not. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, you know, we also of course had German classes and stuff, and grammar was certainly the most difficult part. At least, you know, getting it 100% right. Because the standard in, you know, German classes for Germans, of course, is quite high. And I'm doing well, thank you, Schiller. You're having a nice day over here. The sun came out, so it's been like a bit warmer again. And yeah. Having good one so far. How about you? How's your day going?
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door?
You have a clackling of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
What language would I say are closely related to German? Well, I mean, English is based on an old Germanic dialect. Obviously, you know, it's many years past now, but there's certainly similarities between English and German. Well, I guess Dutch would also be another language. You know, like Dutch has also very similar sounding words sometimes. Okay, you can chill a bit more before the next appointment. That's very nice. That's good to hear. Do you have many more appointments today, or is it like the last one for the day? English, Dutch, and Scotch are the closest languages to German. There are also some similarities to Swedish, Danish, and Norwegian. Yeah. Yeah, Levy's actually learning, or she has been learning Swedish and a bit of Danish. It's always very interesting, you know, how a language can like develop, and how they might share like core identities, but you know, still are so different sometimes. But their languages can be both fascinating and weird at the same time. Until 8 PM, I gotcha. It's a bit of a longer day then for you. But yeah, I hope it goes well though. Also, Schiller, what's happening with Dortmund right now? It's like Champions League, like the biggest stomp ever, 7-1 against Celtic. Going back to the Bundesliga, and, you know, Union beats them. Probably like the most typical Dortmund week we've had so far, I would say.
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper. Also, hey there, Mr. Goody, welcome in. And hey there, Dr. Darling. It's disco time, hell yeah. Yeah, I wonder when we actually step on the disco. I mean, it's gotta happen at some point. Never tired of the welcome sound. Me neither. It's a classic.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Yeah, we did check that already. So, I guess we're technically done here. Unless there was something else I could find in here. Yeah, no. What about this door? Ah, yeah, that's how to get to the balcony. There we go. That's what I wanted. What is my character doing? I literally just pressed A on the, button there to investigate. And that's what my character is doing. Just like clipping into the wall. That's cheating. You can't just go for wards. Yeah, not even pressing anything right now. Dortmund is a perfect example of consistent inconsistency. A bunch of individuals, not a team. They can be lucky if they qualify for Conference League this year. Yeah. Except, of course, if, internationally, Germany is like, doing really well again. And then, even like 7th place or something, or 8th place gets like international spots. But yeah, if I keep up that performance, in the league, then it's gonna be difficult for sure. But yeah, to me it really seems like a motivational problem, like you could really tell in the Champions League how they gave everything, But yeah, the motivation certainly didn't seem to have been there in the league quite as much. That's a good point, because yeah, I think it's definitely feeling a bit like a thrown together bunch of individuals sometimes, Definitely doesn't feel as quiet as a team as like maybe some other clubs. You love Dortmund 8? Nice. Dortmund used to be like one of my favorite teams as a kid. I mean, I always was like a Berlin fan, like my whole life, but Dortmund was like another team I really liked because they of course also played internationally. They weren't Bayern Munich, and I liked their colors back then as a kid. That was important to me. But yeah, right now, I think they're alright. I certainly like quite a few players in it. But yeah, club identity is a weird thing though, how it might change over the years. The only really consistent thing with a club is usually, like the fans. And maybe like someone who stays with a club, the entire career or something. But everything else is like so interchangeable nowadays, The players, the managers. Yeah, exactly, Schiller. Can't really count on having another season, where there's so many international spots. Also, hey, Afro, welcome in. It's okay to lose, but it's how you lose. Exactly, If you give it your all and you try your best and you still lose, at least you can say, okay, we tried. But losing because you're not trying, that's a different topic. How's Nuri Shine doing? Yeah, I guess kind of like medium. Pretty good in the Champions League so far. Not so good in the league, at least for what the expectations are of a club. How do I like Siege of Paris and Wrath of the Druids? I thought they were alright. I like the Siege of Paris a bit better. Mostly because of a focus on like actual stealth assassination missions again, which I thought was cool. They brought it back. It was also kind of nice seeing Paris again, but at a different time. It would have been cool though if you had access to the Ile de la Cité, like the island of a city center, or game, or at least once you unlock it for the main story, that you could go like back inside. Because it's a part that is like, you know, the closest to what you can see in Unity. But I wouldn't really say that both DLCs were my favorites in the series. I thought they had like some, you know, good moments. But overall, they didn't really like wow me, you know, either of them. My biggest critique point with the two DLCs is definitely that I don't consider Eivor's character development. Because, you know, it does take place historically well after the main story ends. You know, they're based on historical events, of course. With Flan Shinner in, you know, Wrath and his coronation and then the Siege of Paris itself. But it's like no character evolution has been considered that Eivor goes through, you know, because Eivor, of course, go through something quite substantial by the end of the main game. Realizing that, you know, their beliefs are kind of like an illusion, a simulation, you know, in a way. And that fundamentally changing how they also view, you know, things like life and death. And of course, the reason they didn't consider those is they're done by different teams. Probably maybe have been in development already while the main game was being developed. Of course, the biggest thing is definitely that they unlock those DLCs. Like you can do Wrath of the Druids as early as like level 50, I think. Which is like very early into the game, like according to the level. So yeah, it's a bit weird because I wanna get the player to play them potentially early in the game, but then, you know, historically it doesn't line up. And it does have like a weird flow because of it. But yeah, on a gameplay level though, I think both DLCs brought some interesting additions. Also some pretty cool new abilities and of course like new environments. I actually quite liked Ireland, for instance, in Wrath of the Druids, like the way they recreated it. Story-wise, I thought Wrath was a bit of a weaker side, Siege maybe a bit better. But either of them I would only play if you really want to have more content, really. But yeah, that's my opinion of those DLCs. Doctor, you're preparing a Red Dead Redemption marathon in November. By marathon, you mean buying both on Steam and playing them one after the other in a few years? Sounds like a plan. But that's cool. That you're interested in playing them. Definitely intrigued to hear your opinion about those games because, yeah, I have to say they're one of my favorite stories in gaming. I can't wait until I get to play especially Red Dead 2 again as part of my historic order run, but that's gonna be in the far future. Given it's like pretty much at the start of the 20th century. Hey there, Brutus, welcome in. And good day to you. Sure, that's not the manager's fault. You had the same issues under Favre, Terzic, and Ose. It's the player's fault. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. Like, if you have, like, the same kind of like patterns, no matter who's training, you know, the group, then there's, of course, like, maybe issues that lie deeper, that are, like, more difficult to break up. Of course, you know, there could be managers that have, like, a better time breaking those, you know, issues up and kind of like getting through to the team to kind of like, you know, solve it. But it shouldn't really be, you know, the job of a manager to have to do that. You know, it's like also responsibility of a team to kind of like try to work together and, you know, not try to make it too difficult for the trainer to just, you know, teach you like basic things. So yeah. I mean, you had a similar issue with Bayern Munich, I guess, you know, in a way. That was definitely also like, okay, which players do you have and how they might impact like team morale and stuff. And going for multiple trainers might not change that much. But it seems that now in the company, they actually have that mentality again where they really wanna, give their best and win every game. Obviously, they, didn't get to win 3 times consecutively now, but I would say, overall they've been playing very good and much better than under Tuchel. Worth the time and price? I would say if you can get it on a good sale, like both DLC for like $5 to $10, yeah, I would say so. You can probably get like 15 to 20 hours worth of playtime maybe of both of them, depending how much time you're taking, how much content you're doing. Rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Just the door. Okay. I'm rich. Moneta.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
He looks around, taking in the cold spring air.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
I mean, yeah, sure, let's do it.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
There's gonna be lots happening in the meantime, so hopefully we can remember that.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry, you'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for today.
Wish I could like parkour over here, but I can't. I wonder how I can get on this side.
This Revacholiere mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Okay, let's make a choice of this. We can either pet the box and say good mail delivery box, or we can say fuck you mail delivery box and kick it. So I also don't know how the voting works. Basically, if you're on desktop, then there's gonna be a pop-up happening in the center bottom of the screen for the choice, and you can just click on what choice you would like to have. If you're mobile, then you can just click on the game icon at the top right of the chat, and click on there you can see the journal and my task, and whenever vote is happening, the vote window will appear, and you can also leave a vote there. The timing is quite short, it's 15 seconds per vote, but that's kind of like a parameter I can't change in the Twitch integration. So yeah, I'm gonna go and do a vote for this. Alright, we're gonna kick it. Fuck you, mail delivery box. Ouch.
There is a hollow, saddened ring as you kick the Revacholiere mail collection box. It sounds betrayed, in disbelief even. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
No, my health. My sweet health.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
You think so? You think it was cool?
I don't. Let's go.
He must see the box as the weaker of the two, and you as a bully. Something he doesn't stand for.
I can still actually be nice to it afterwards though, so I'm gonna do that.
The mail collection box has no faith in your psychopathic manipulations.
Nice. I'm not falling for that. Can I actually move this?
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
What is this?
It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
Or maybe it's hiding something. I have a pretty low perception here, but we could try it or we could leave it. I'm gonna make it another viewer vote here. Like any of those like RPGs that dependent choices are always with viewer influence. Alright, we're gonna try it. But it's a low 28% chance.
Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid palettes. Easy on the eyes. No, there's more to this. You get this strange feeling.
What feeling?
Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones.
Well then, that didn't work. How'd I get on this side? I mean, there's like a rooftop on the Whirling in Rags. Maybe I could try to find that one. No worries whatsoever, Shilla. Thank you so much for being here, dude. And I really hope you have a good day as well. Let me also give you a shout out for those of you that haven't checked out Shilla yet. He's currently doing his first ever playthrough of A Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. An amazing game, to say the least. And yeah, he's also doing lots of Gwent in it. He's also a big fan of games like Assassin's Creed. So yeah, if any of that sounds interesting to you, then definitely check out Shilla's channel. And that's a very Shilla. Hope you have a good one, dude. The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. Ah, I found my other shoe.
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
Only took me almost an entire day to actually find my other shoe.
Like two baby crocodiles.
Nice. They do not look like normal cop shoes.
It's pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are.
How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
The question is if I have to equip them myself. Doesn't seem like. Already equipped. A gust of briny wind washes over you.
The door is closed. Still no answer. This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
Well, I guess there's like no way to get further up here. At least we found our shoe. It's a start. The man is sleeping at the table wearing mud-caked boots and rolled-down overalls. The back of his shirt reads, Wild Pines, encircled by a logo with a tree.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Okay, so it's a RPG stat choice. We're gonna make it a viewer choice as well. We can either pick up the potes or we can go and wake him up with our physical prowess. Let's pick up the potes.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Okay, let's make another viewer choice. Either do the physical instrument here to wake him up or to leave.
There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
Wake up is an order, I am the law. Or no word, just a primordial scream. Just do the primordial scream.
Why the yelling man?
The 30-something man slowly lifts his head and gives you a pensive look. I need you to answer some questions right now.
Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer?
Why are you sleeping here while the others are out striking?
Nate got it. Majorette's got it. He's guarding the gate. Or just getting some sleep. Or was.
The way he says Measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess.
Who's behind organizing this strike?
We are the workers, the union. We know what we need, what's right for us.
You mean there's no leader?
Okay, I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart, knows how to negotiate. He's got our back.
What about the dead body in the yard?
Yeah, what about it?
You seem to be cool with it. Do you have many of those hanging from the trees here?
You know, people die here every day. Someone's found in a ditch, another one falls in a manhole, a third one gets eaten by stray dogs.
He respites.
If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it my concern? If you get lucky, I might even have answers for them.
Is it yours? Point at the bottle and this boat rum.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait, no. Oh, it's empty. Sorry about that, pal.
I already had some. It's a fine rum.
Knocks you right out when you drown a bottle or two.
Seems like he's back to sleep. Oh, have you seen anything interesting in your dreams?
Thank God, no.
Was it the fathomless darkness into which we ought to be deferred, like corpses to a mausoleum?
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep. A web of wrinkles covers his tanned forehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir, but when I'm out, then I'm really out. No corpses, no mausoleums, just quality time.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
Tell me about the Wild Pines.
That's the name of my employer. I work in logistics.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's it going?
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside?
It's a total madhouse.
Good. Then you understand the gist of it. We would all be better off without the employers and their employment.
For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. Right to sleep, I say.
The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is already back down on the table, in sweet sleep.
Owen. I gotta find a way to get past them, but we're still not strong enough.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you.
monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who is this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." Not a good track record of mental health in that family.
No kidding. Okay, let's do a viewer choice here for inquiring further about what the king has done. Got a 42% chance, so might work, might not.
What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
Okay, couldn't inquire further here.
gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
The man mutters to himself, accenting the beats as he goes.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
Let's keep listening.
From another planet. Hey there.
What's going on here?
It's the jam, my man.
He motions towards the sprawl of lorries with a sweeping gesture.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo, huh? So that's why I am.
Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
It's official, folks. We are in limbo. So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes and mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
He snickers.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
What are you hoarding anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
It's interesting that he doesn't know that we're technically with police and he just revealed that he's, transporting illegal stuff. I've always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Right, I was about to say, because I guess many people would maybe choose to say that they are police, and I doubt that it would change the dialogue substantially. So I was about to say, did you just admit
They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately.
Could I get one of those found tracksuits you're hauling?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
That's your machine behind you?
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Yeah, these stories are pretty neat.
Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran Bird somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
So nothing illegal then?
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Do you know anything about the dead man? The one hanging behind the horse tower?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
And your conclusion?
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Jeez. Oh, we could try empathy here. You seem like a man who knows about drugs. Yeah, let's inquire about the other choices first and then maybe try empathy.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Well, it does seem like he's genuine, so let me also be genuine with him.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, saying that you're innocent and that you maybe should ask somebody else is one thing. But he really wants to cut us short here, you know, like he knows something. Tell me about this strike.
It's like whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Not you?
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road towards the horizon, a glint of something in his eyes.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Electrochemistry. Again. Well, speaking of which, do you have any smokes on you?
Don't smoke.
He nods towards the big lorry behind him.
Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You'll have to ask around elsewhere.
Guess I ask around then.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Revacholiere's weird.
Okay, let's see if we can or want to trigger the empathy choice, yeah? What do we see in his eyes? Gonna make a viewer choice and gonna start it now.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
I wanna know about your soul. Yeah, unfortunately it didn't work. Even though I had a pretty decent chance. Hey Tommy, spill the beans. What's troubling you?
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the usual Lorman tropes and hopes. The road and the rhymes. This jam ain't helping either.
He looks around.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn, it really is hard to talk, man to man.
I'm good for now. Good talk.
Don't be a stranger.
He gives a salute with 2 fingers. And I liked this dude I have to say. Interesting character. So there should be more lorry drivers here I could talk to, right? Technically. But I think I already talked to everyone up there. Well then.
Yeah. What do you want to know? Good.
Didn't want to do this. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Yeah.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Ah. So we can pass time. Interesting. Is sewer grate a gateway to the river of filth? Roy's pawn shop, fast cash for faster times. Waterlock out of order until Wednesday 7:15 a.m.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
He resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently. Do you know what caused this wreckage? Point of a smashed billboard in the canal.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol.
The words daredevil driver sound ominous to you?
Hey there, Watsaku. Welcome in. If at all, right. Only infrequently, if at all.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Can I have some of that salami?
Sure thing.
He cuts off a slice of salami.
Want some too, officer?
He turns to a lieutenant.
Why not?
The lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment, then decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. You're welcome, Kim, for organizing some salami. You know what's further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
We had a sandwich with salami. Hell yeah. I do love salami sandwiches. Did you put anything else on the sandwich with it?
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
Cheese and mustard. Oh yeah. Yeah, mustard goes really well with salami, for sure. I love mustard.
This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Let's pull the lever up.
Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens.
Let's release it for now. I don't want to actually break it.
The spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Yes, there was. So Wednesday morning. I know it's day 1, but is it like Monday or... Because I have no idea. Ah yeah, Monday. Okay. So Tuesday 9 PM we have the appointment at the balcony. And then Wednesday morning we gotta go here. Let's have a look inside the pawn shop. And over here. Fingerless gloves. Giving us +1 electrochemistry. Cigarette stained fingertips. Gasoline stained fingerless gloves in navy blue. They've been worn threadbare, but being made of wool still provides some warmth and comfort. Some kind of machine, an antique cash register. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. The bust of a woman, the plaque simply says DEI.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Let's inspect for knights on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago.
Let's inspect for blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
This looks like Rene, the old guy who was playing petanque.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Let's inspect for figurines in rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
All of these are pretty much an examination of our viewpoint on this. So I would make it viewer choice here. So we have 1, it's meant to give people hope, even we can do it. 2, the contrast is meant to be disheartening, as it ought to be. 3, it is impossible to win against the cohorts of Capitol. Ask my friend Gate, whose bitch it made me. Or 4, I wish it was more nuanced. As it stands, I cannot comment.
I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many parents among my customers.
He seems to have his own take on the conflict played out in perpetuity by these toys. Might be interesting to find out what it is.
Alright, let's also viewer choice here for whether we will try the interfacing option. To take up a truly cool figurine in the box under the table, with a 58% chance of success. Or we can just step away from the table instead.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revacholiere sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points at a decapitated figurine. It's like the headless horse rider in Sleepy Hollow.
$50. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
I mean, 50 cents, sure.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
A Hessian. That's right, I kinda forgot that it was a Hessian.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
The plastic headless fawn rider sits atop this equally plastic bowl, his posture indicating either desperation or pride. Comes as a set with the infamous fawn cap for which he lost his head. The head isn't included.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Where did you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so that the pawnbroker doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Let your gaze run over the streetlight.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
How much for the streetlight?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
700.
A bargain? No, it's not. He's trying to sweet-talk you into buying trash.
Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Jesus. So I could actually buy it for 700 if I had the money. Crazy.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says, Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
I mean, 12 isn't too bad. You could play tapes with it that we potentially find, but we don't have the money right now. Okay, well, let's talk to the pawn shopkeeper here.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting you.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Yeah, quite a collection indeed.
It keeps me entertained.
His attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you.
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what?
Yeah, that's not too important for me right now. Maybe once we have asked the other questions. We could also sell something, but right now I want to keep most of what I have, I think. Do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by the officers of a citizens' militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
I pawned my gun.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Was the buyer policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Yeah, it's definitely number 3, I think. You know, the gun could even be used to, shoot, the body that's hanging there, or could have been used to potentially incriminate, us instead, to like blame a murder on us or something.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
He looks around, worried. Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
At least now I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business, bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Okay, so I'm gonna make another viewer choice here for triggering electrochemistry or for leaving. So it's gonna be either choice 2 or 6. No need to vote for any other choice here. Right, let's try electrochemistry here. So if Roy is high, then what is he on? 58% chance, so we might actually fail.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard, he's probably on Pyrrolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Pyrrolidon? What is that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Is it just me or is it really warm in here?
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
I'm a chill-out cop who just wants to have something of what you're having. Say, what's with the triangles on your vest?
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Perolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
Indeed.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you have to take a medication that, you know, you probably get addicted to for the pain, you know, then will probably be difficult to just quit it like that. It must have been tough, radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
Tell me more about this emergency relief brigade you were part of.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
He looks at the spiraling light and stops. How did you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
He shrugs.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask for any drugs here. I think we're done here for now.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
Premium class clothes, huh?
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Lovely.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Well then, let's see if we're gonna go for composure and try to find something worth salvaging from the pile of wrecks. Gotta make this a viewer choice even trickier or leave it for now.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces. Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you. Possibly because of the awful typeface.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
$4.50, huh? I wonder... Hold on. Can I technically sell the white tank top? Doesn't say anything here. I don't really have much to sell here. And I can't sell my clothes, can I? Well, maybe later then.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
The vendor takes a pair of sunglasses and sticks them under your nose. Well, try the shades on.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for $2.50.
I think not.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
Let's rummage through the box.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Okay, we have another conceptualization choice here, but only with a low 28% chance of success. Try again, maybe we can find some interesting sunglasses in the box. Or we can leave for now. So it's gonna be either choice 2 or 5. Oh, I didn't realize. No, it's 3 or 5, sorry. It's choice 3, conceptualization, or 5.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere $6.
This guy is certainly a seller. Like, I'm sold 100%. Keep the sun out while we, shooting criminals. But yeah, let's put the visor back here.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna leave for now here. At least that conversation. We're gonna trigger another one with him.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
He gives you a thumbs up. What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
He makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger bullets into the air. I'm not cool.
What? No, I can't believe you said that. You got personal style. You know what you like. You like premium menswear. Look around and browse. Everything looks cool on a guy like you. Take your time.
He's headed back into the pile of boxes he's sitting on.
Don't be distracted by the flattery and funny man act. Questions.
A 3% chance to get him to give me money. But yeah, makes sense, you know, that it would be quite tricky to get him to give us free money in the first place. But even more difficult if you have rhetoric 0, which is what I have. So where are you from, Siling?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
But you're not a local, are you?
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The apricot suzerainty, you know?
Why is it called like that? Lots of apricots there?
The apricot suzerainty is what the Sigai archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol. It's a bit of a fraught term, I'm sure you understand.
I mean, a bit of a racist term.
No, apricots come from Sigai. My grandma used to grow them. But Sigai is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws.
So you don't call this a shithole, huh? I think we have different interpretation of what a shithole, you know, is.
Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Sigai.
Well, if it's for his grandma, you should buy a lot of things.
One of those things where you shouldn't listen to empathy. So, Sileng, what's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
Proceed. We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's so cool! You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorryman. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
Honestly, I somewhat agree.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
So you forgot to tell me?
Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd, you know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Who are you afraid of, Siling?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
We're buddies, Siling. Help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Yeah, she's a pig, as she called herself. And I reckon it could be the same woman who also, you know, bought our gun off the pawn shop. Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Pointed the pale driver dazed out strange. I don't think so, but I'm gonna ask.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
He points north.
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Can't help but kinda like this guy. Okay, so we have a choice here. A very low 3% choice. To persuade him to give us money. Or we can just go. Alright, guess we're gonna test our luck here with 3%.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
You, I want your money now. Man, I feel bad asking this.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
I don't know, it was just the only thing I could come up with in my head to ask you. I need to get money somehow.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
The street vendor nods, dead serious.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
He looks at the vendor.
Sorry, detective.
The man grins as if the entire incident is already forgotten. The helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. I guess we don't get further here.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
I know you've been giving me the run around. Pass up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revacholiere West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
So who does? The lady driver?
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air, a dark gong. You get a bad feeling about it. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
Say nothing.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek. I know you did. Does it look like his friends protected him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Okay, this is our only choice here really, so we're gonna try Half-Light. Well, we kinda insulted him, so that lowers our chance, but we get a +2 from Kim's bluff. And yeah, let's try this.
Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear. Time to turn up the volume.
Show me her lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry. Where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
What's your name, fuckhead? I'm gonna go on police radio saying this guy told Madre to fuck off.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
The green banged up thing.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
Wow. Actually discovered something of interest here. Pretty major next step here in the investigation. So this one then.
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
The lieutenant peeks inside. Try to peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and two steering levers. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy, warm, dusty too.
How are we going to get this open, Kim?
Let's get the pry bar from my kinema and smash in the window.
Really?
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Let's try the door handle first.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
Alrighty. Let's go to the car. Is there like a way to get down here? Okay, let's go the long way then.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Let's pull out the toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Take the red-tipped pry bar.
The pry bar feels nice and cold in your hand, heavier than you'd think. Cold and heavy, like truth. You feel like you're reunited with truth once more. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
I mean, I might as well take all the tools, right? Let's also take the rubber-handled chain cutters.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters in your hand.
And let's also take the hand-cranked flashlight.
It's robust, weatherproof, and well-made. Police issue, blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
Let's run our fingers over one of the steering levers.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Kim, how do I turn on the headlights?
Alright. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl.
Jesus, what a sound.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Okay, now we can identify the watermarks.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revacholiere.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Let's look at the perforations.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the different rows.
The first row has 18 dots.
What about the next one?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them individually.
There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3? That's it?
That's it.
Look at the shimmering street grid.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Wait, look around you.
You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. 2 men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window. In the middle of a broken plaza, illuminated in a cone of light, 2 men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez at night.
He smells the air and says, "Where are we on this point of a Helligan map?"
Let me see.
He takes the ledger for a moment and inspects it.
Right here.
He says, his finger near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. Seems nice.
No, it does not.
The lieutenant says without optimism. "Hey Kim, what do all of these holes mean?" Point to the dots on the watermark.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
18 years I've done this and I don't remember anything. "18 years I've done this?"
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
You really think I have an idea?
Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200.
Is that a lot?
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
I used to be good. That's some solace, I guess. What's the last number?
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
So I'm a killer.
That's right. A killer of humans.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of his officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
He says, declining to elaborate.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others.
He gives you a meaningful look.
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a hobby?
Why not gardening? You've already got the yellow gloves.
Well, technically I have them, but I'm not wearing them right now.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Thanks, Ovis.
The lieutenant nods.
Okay, let's go. Pop the ledger away.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Ah, cool. Ah ja, so wäre das. Hypocrite 3, Honor 1, Good Cop, Bad Cop 5. Sorry Cop 6. 11. Alright, so before we go ahead and actually investigate the green car, the green lorry car, I'm gonna go and take a break here, because we're about halfway through the planned stream. And yeah, when I come back, we're gonna go and finally investigate the car of the one who likely has also purchased our gun. It's a pretty major next investigation step here. But yeah, I'll be back in just a few. Gonna just do a quick save here. And then I will see you in just a few minutes. Cheers, Dr. Darling. I catch you in a bit. Alright. Welcome back to more of Disco Elysium with our first playthrough. And we are here at the tail end of the first day, currently almost at 9:30 PM. And yeah, we were just making some pretty major advancements here in the case and the investigation. We're just getting some tools to smash in a window and have a look at a suspicious person. A lady that also apparently bought our gun. Thank you, Dr. Darling. Welcome back as well to you. Can you sleep and pass the time for 7 hours? Indeed. Yeah, so far we've been spending more hours playing the game than hours advancing in the game itself. So that's gonna bring it to a level where, you know, it's getting a bit more even again. But I hope the next days go by faster, because otherwise this is gonna be like a 80-hour playthrough or something.
This screen found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
I gotta equip the item first, yeah?
This screen found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
Oh, really? Only 42%? Okay, I'm gonna cheat here a little bit, but basically we can of course collectively vote to increase my stats. By triggering the kind of like head symbol here to the right. So if you wanna help me in smashing this window and drive the investigation further, then you can vote for physical. If you don't, then you can just leave it or, you know, vote for something different. But I wanna improve my chances further here to drive the investigation further too. So I'm gonna start a vote now for changing the character attributes. Okay, so my physical is buffed now for the next 3 minutes. At least by 1 point here.
A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
Wait, it didn't actually increase my chance here, though. Is it that I actually have to invest into physical instrument with that additional point? Because it didn't change anything here. Alright, probably because I can't actually vote on this or something. Which is interesting because I can vote for dialogue choices. Well, in that case we just have to take our chances, I guess.
This screen found, A to Z, pry bar in hand. You take a hard swing at the window. A loud thunk rings out and the pry bar bounces back, leaving a tiny spider web on the glass.
Okay, Kim, now you have to try.
Goddamn maggot. Drag your ass to the gym and do some reps right now.
The window appears to be shatterproof.
No, it's not shatterproof. Give me that.
He takes the pry bar from your hand and gestures for you to step back. Then, with a little warning,
he smashes it into the window. Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. You can just reach in now.
Nice.
It went better than I expected. Open it from the inside.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Examine the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation, with quite a range too.
Is there anything we can do with a radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else is here?
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat.
Check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Back up into the cabin again.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a pull-out toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
You almost pre-ordered AC Shadows when the delay happened. Yeah, probably good that you didn't before that point, because you would have to get a refund first. But if you pre-order now, then at least you get, you know, like extra content. But, yeah. I would definitely, at least I personally would be waiting until we know more information. Given that a lot of it is kind of like subject to change at the moment. Also, hold on, there's a pretty big bug here that I'm gonna rescue real quick. All right. Let's admire the posters.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat.
Study the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. a longing even, perhaps, and gentle tragedy. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly.
I wonder.
The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat.
Let's pull out the pull-out toolbox.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Periphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
His 4 threads off. Okay, let's push it back in.
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes. You close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
How do you think this is connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Could the film industry be involved?
I'm going to say no.
Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over. After you.
Do I still have to do this for today? Because I thought I'm all paid up. But in that case, I don't have enough money. Hopefully it's only for tomorrow. Oh. Didn't actually want to do that. I think I just smoked a cigarette. Did I? Yeah.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Hey, tough guy, add more questions.
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
We'll see.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
The only question I can ask that I haven't asked yet is, what is strike?
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape. There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting? What does it mean?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
You're wearing new clothes?
He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously not his.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this guy is very suspicious.
Looking for something odd?
It's raining again.
The young woman looks up at the overladen sky.
It was clear just an hour ago.
Okay, nothing new here. I'm not too sure. I think the day is about to end here at 9 PM, isn't it? We probably have to just check back at the police car.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Tap on the fuel preheater gauge.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Fair enough. Let's pick up the radio again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Well, we gotta talk to Joyce, but... yeah, reconnect me to the 41st.
Right. Please hold.
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over.
Also, give me 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Doesn't seem like this was what we were supposed to do.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Let me check my quest log here real quick. Yeah, if I had an idea who Joyce was to be again. Because I have no idea. Was that the woman at the boat, the ship? Might have been. I guess it must be.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I am. Okay, so I spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologise for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
How are the lynching and the strike connected?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
You need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
Maybe the investigations can team up, you know, share resources and intelligence.
Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provides a single, concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs a hold of the main cell.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
I think the confrontation is inevitable.
It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, badgeless officer of the citizens' militia. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You'll meet her soon enough, you feel.
What can you tell me about the Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay, anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
She thinks.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
She thinks.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company? Tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
This colonel, the one that was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice, but she had sympathy for this man.
His name was...
Lely. His service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Anything else? Nationality? How old would you say he was?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the two remaining mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Oh yeah, I have a pretty good chance here to apply logic. Gonna make it a viewer choice, so we can either, you know, try to figure out where the mercenaries are, or we can just steer clear for the moment with a second choice.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
Mm-hmm.
The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
Well, the guy kind of like shouting all the slogans is definitely very dedicated to his job as a mercenary. What must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader?
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
Yeah, word. One is probably in the building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
She nods towards the sloop's cabin. I had another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Revachol West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
And how much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Okay, so we have 2 skill points, right? I think honestly I would like to increase my intellect a little bit. Can't really hurt, could it? Maybe logic further. Encyclopedia. Rhetoric could be quite nice actually. My thing is, you know, it wouldn't really make sense to just get everything on like, you know, an even level or something, because then you're not gonna be effective in any of the dice rolls really. Physical instrument could actually be useful, you know, considering that it gives us the option to deal with the larger guys easier. Gonna do 2 times here actually. Oh, so it's like until 10 PM then? Okay.
Yes?
I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We work better together if we have more report.
That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking, do you ever have conversations with like your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's happening a lot to our character.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue notebook and idly thumbs through a few pages. That's where his conversations with himself take place. We all have our different mediums. His is written. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
That makes him a binoclard. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
I'm not gonna call him a Bino. Glasses are cool.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal peer yourself.
Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you.
What's happening to me?
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands.
The eyebrow is too strong. It's a sign of power. Give up, there's nothing you can do.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Okay, that's all for now.
Good. Let's change the subject.
Ah, I haven't been up here.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Let's start with the blood type and go from there.
Go where? Accosting a minor?
Ah, Kim. Relax, I'm just making a joke.
Listen to your partner, pig man. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
Okay, I didn't actually think that, that was like meant real. I thought it was like, a sarcastic comment. But yeah, I guess not.
That smell coming from her paint bucket, it's not paint, it's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
He says, studying the contents of Cindy's buckets.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
That's some clever cultural commentary.
You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief.
Knock, knock.
Knock, knock. Hey, Varot, welcome in. And how's it going, dude? Hope the rest of the stream went well today with the Evil Within and the Timeline Order. Thank you so much for the raid as well, and welcome to all of you raiders. How's it going, Seket? Welcome in. And hey, the Ave, welcome in as well. Hope you guys are having a nice day so far. And yeah, welcome into Disco Elysium. We're just about to wrap it up for the first day, finally, in the 6th stream. So it can only be a matter of like several more streams until we get even close to finishing this game. But yeah, I made some pretty major advancements in the investigation today, which was quite nice. We found out why we didn't have our gun anymore, because apparently we sold it at a pawn shop for some extra money. It's going very good, thank you, Avi. You're having a nice day over here. playing a bit more Disco Elysium. Doing some more investigating of murders and drug investigations. How about you, Avi? How's your day going? Am I speedrunning this? Quite the opposite, Serket. I'm like slow running it. Yeah, I'm actually taking more hours in real time playing this game than hours passing in the game itself. So yeah, we are basically have been investigating anything we came across and taking our sweet time. How's the weather over in Germany? You asked because it is the absolute shit here in Sweden, constant raining. It was pretty rainy the past couple of days over here. Quite cold and rainy for sure. Today it's been pretty nice though, like a very nice fall day here. We had a bit of sun, a bit of wind. Not too hot, not too cold. Pretty ideal weather. But yesterday though we had like rain for 6 hours straight or something. Oh, very nice, Avi. That sounds great. I hope you enjoy the Desmond Saga. It's always one of my favorite gaming experiences, you know, just playing Desmond games back to back. I, of course, love playing beyond it, because there's some pretty neat games coming afterwards as well, but, you know, as a contained experience, like AC1 to AC3 is just always such a good, you know, story. And very fun. Never gets tiring to me, you know, playing those games. Maybe I sent it up north. Maybe, yeah. If so, I'm sorry. Hopefully it's, you know, goes to another side now. Oh yes, Sikat, did you also have similar weather today? That's nice. It's definitely one of those days, you know, where I like going outside and enjoying the weather a bit. Rotten Verse have a rate. Stream went great. You got a lot of done, even though in the main game you're only up to chapter 6 now, out of 15. But you finish chapter 1 of the assignment DLC, and in the next stream you finish chapter 2 of the assignment. Then want to do chapters 6 to 10 of the main game. So I think overall would take 2 more streams, cause the Executioner DLC you've never played before at all, so not sure how long that would take to complete. That's fair, yeah. Would be difficult to plan if you don't know exactly, and especially if you haven't played it before, you know, like looking at other people's playtime can help sometimes, but it's not really indicative of like, you know, maybe considering like how much time you might want to be taking for certain things, or talk about them, or just like, you know, streaming in general can of course always be something you can't really plan or calculate. But that sounds good. Definitely made some good progress there. And especially, you know, of course, like jumping back and forth between DLC and main game. That's of course extra progress being made. That's excellent, I've made the progress. It's quite funny how there's this whole quest to find his gun. What do you think of some of the new characters I've come across at this point? I really like the characters in this game. For instance, we met Sileng or something. He's like a vendor all the way in the south who sells like sunglasses and really cheap, you know, like clothes and stuff. And he actually gave us some really good information about the investigation and who to look for. But he was quite funny because he was like constantly trying to sell stuff to us, and you know, always saying that we are like looking super cool with like the most crappy, you know, items that he was like trying to give us. So he was pretty funny. There was also a lorry driver that was like singing a song. That I really like talking to because, you know, He had an interesting way with words and seemed pretty chill and also genuine. And that's maybe not like a common thing in this game world yet. So maybe that's why it stood out to me. I like talking to that dude. But yeah, in general, I think all the characters are really written well. Of you know, a unique personality. But yeah, I would say those two have been my favorites that I met today at least. But yeah, there are of course also characters that I kinda dislike actively. Like the racist lorry driver. I wonder why. Clearly because he's a lorry driver, not because he's racist or anything. But we kinda used our physical prowess on him earlier and intimidated him to a point, you know, where he gave up information as well. So that was kinda good. Because he likes to do a lot of shit talking, especially towards Kim. And no one is gonna treat my boy Kim like that. But speaking of Kim, Kim obviously is also one of my favorite characters. He's a great companion to have, I think. And you can tell he really cares, you know, both for the case, but also for us. And given the state that we are in, like our character, but also, you know, the whole situation with the riots, you know, I think Kim's attitude is quite commendable. Especially considering the difference to like the other co-workers in the police department, who basically just take every chance to like, you know, make a joke about our character or like, you know, ridicule him in like any kind of way. You know, Kim seems definitely more concerned. Did you have any favorite characters in this game? If you can remember their names at least. Either for you, the others can be played whenever, but you would never play any game that's part of a Desmond Saga without doing all of them. That's totally fair too, yeah. I definitely get that feeling, you know, especially of course with the Ezio games. It's like once you play Brotherhood, you have to play Revelations. Once you play AC2, you have to play Brotherhood. Especially AC2 and Brotherhood, you know, they really seem more like one continuous game in a way. But yeah, overall, like all of it tying it together with the Desmond storyline. It really, you know, is a bit of a shame that the modern day got to a point where it is now. Where, you know, you're not really as invested anymore because it's not really like a continuous storyline they're like pushing as much. I feel like, you know, when I finished Valhalla, it was like the first time in a long time that I was actually excited about knowing, okay, where's the modern day going from here, you know? But then Mirage came about and was like the perfect opportunity to continue exactly that, you know, considering it's all about Basim. And Basim being like, you know, this new protagonist in the modern day. And there's like no Basim modern day. It's like, what? Of course, no, you know, they maybe didn't have the time, the, you know, means to do it, but it's just, you know, like one missed opportunity after the other with modern day nowadays. And with, you know, the Desmond Saga, it was just a different focus, I guess, you know. It always was the main storyline. The whole reason you went into the Animus is for the modern day. And it gives you like that extra information, you know, extra motivation. And it gives just more layers, I think, to the different storylines and how they might be connected. I have no reason to be sorry, you were just joking. You just remember hearing sometimes the weather in Germany and weather in Sweden can be pretty similar. But of course, always probably warmer in Germany. It could be. Yeah, even in Germany you have like quite some changes. The weather is gonna be quite different in the north, closer to the sea, versus like in the south, closer to the you know, Alps and like mountains. But yeah, where I live, it's usually more like a, at least for German standards, drier, kind of like warmer climate. At least for German standards, you know, it's still pretty, you know, like lots of humidity and rain because it's Germany. But yeah, in comparison to other parts at least. But so true, you're going to at a good pace with your horror games so far. After you within the other locked-in games were Resident Evil 3 Original and Silent Hill 4, so you might be able to add some more. That's very good indeed. You know, because those games I guess you can also finish in under a week, probably. Which should definitely give you quite a bit of time for some other potential projects. Are there like any other ones that you strongly lean towards? Other horror games? Maybe Undead Nightmare for Red Dead Redemption? It's really cool that, you know, Red Dead Redemption is finally coming to PC now. Only took from what, like 14 years? But hey, it's coming. Yeah, that vendor was pretty funny. And helpful. Yeah, the racist lorry driver can, I don't know, just fuck off pretty much. Kim is a great character, he's the perfect opposite of a main character. That's a good point too. And I think that always works well, you know, like having this dynamic in like partners, whether like polar opposites almost, because they have to find a middle ground, you know, and that's where like a balance comes in. Is by having these extremes meet in a place where they have to coexist and, you know, work together actively. In this case, to solve an investigation. And it really makes it interesting, I think, from a narrative point of view. You know, just gives it more variety and more potential, like, you know, also like conflict or like points that might differ. But it always works well, I think, in movies or shows as well, when they have like a duo or something working together and they're like very different, distinct personalities. Not as uniform. That's a good question. You think the bartender is pretty funny, especially when you call him a bartender? I'm not a bartender, goddammit. The main character is funny and Kim is cool. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the bartender is a good choice too. And his voice as well, right? It's pretty funny sounding sometimes. The biggest modern day mistake is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Yeah, Odyssey was truly a slap in the face. You know, like already how it began. You know, back when Origins came out, I was looking forward to see where the modern day was heading, especially, you know, with William Miles being revealed and potentially recruiting Layla into the Brotherhood. And in like pre-launch interviews with the developers of Odyssey, they were asked, like one of the questions that the community asked was, where the modern day continue, you know? And they said it's gonna directly continue where Origins, you know, leaves off. Which is basically like the helicopter picking Layla and William up and bringing her to the assassins. What happens in the game? 1 year passes, you know, you never see William Miles again. Layla apparently is now part of the assassins and super convinced, even though before that point she was like very hesitant to join them or like even work together with them. All of it has just been overcome completely. She also at the same time finds you know, the Spear of Leonidas, how, we don't know, and also the Book of Herodotus. You know, two major artifacts or like, you know, like things. And it's just ridiculous, in a way, you know, like you also have to ask yourself like, okay, how did she actually find both of these so easily, you know? Why did she look for it? Why do you never see that she joins the assassins or like how she gets initiated? Why do you never see William Miles again? Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that I tried to do some lore building with like other assassins that she's in contact with, but it seems very strongly disconnected from, you know, Origins modern day story. It's like none of what really happens in Origins to her is like referenced or mentioned again in Odyssey, you know? For example, she was forced to kill Abstergo agents to defend herself after her friend D got killed in Origins, right? And that's also the point where she turns away from Abstergo completely. But yeah, she's like, okay, I have to kill them. It's me or them, literally. You know, it's like self-defense. But they have to die. When Odyssey comes along, very deep into the main story, you know, she ends up killing her friend, of course, in a fit of rage. You know, engaged with the influence of a staff of Hermes Trismegistus and stuff. And she's like, I'm not a bad person. I don't kill, says the newly appointed assassin.
I used to be an adventurer like you, and I took an arrow in the knee.
Right? You know, it's just so ridiculous. It's like you're literally part of the assassin brotherhood and you say, I'm not a bad person. I don't kill. So if you think that people who kill others are by default bad persons, no matter the circumstance, why are you literally part of a murder cult? Huh? It's just writing where you can clearly see that they don't even realize what they're saying. And that is truly sad, you know? But there's so much more wrong with modern day in Odyssey. It's just an absolute clusterfuck. And 100% the worst we've had in the series so far, in my opinion. I think Valhalla, though, salvaged a lot. You know, Valhalla did the opposite of Odyssey. It actually referenced almost everything that happens in Odyssey that's like major and tries to actively address it, you know? Instead of just like, okay, never mind, we're just gonna write it off and, you know, Layla is now like, you know, the character that we want her to be, and we don't care about what other studio has done. So I think Valhalla did a very good job in comparison with at least what they were given. It of course limited them, you know, in terms of like what they could do with the character of Layla. But I think they did a good job considering the circumstances. Rotty found a video recently that has Disco Elysium music over a newscaster that is pretty fitting for the content the newscaster is going over. Here's a link to it. Clinically depressed newscaster with Disco Elysium music. Clinically depressed and Disco Elysium definitely is a, you know, match made in heaven.
February is the worst month.
Ah, that video. I've actually seen this one, like, a while ago. Must have been closer to when it came out, I think, like a year ago. I remember this video. That's funny. I remember this popping up in my recommendations at some point on YouTube, like a couple months back or so. But yeah, I mean, you know, Disco Elysium music is definitely quite fitting for that kind of mood. That's for sure. That could possibly be one of those ones, plus some others. Nice. I'm looking forward to see and find out what other horror-themed games they're gonna come up with. However, do I think an AC game sort of like this game would work? You feel being a detective is one of the more underrated aspects of the assassin experience. I agree, for sure. I think it was a great addition in Unity when you had the murder investigations, you know, because you're constantly, you know, looking for murderers in a way, you know, to deliver justice to. And of course, investigating always has been like an aspect, but not really one they focus to the point on that you as a player actively had to engage in the investigation and really think about, okay, these are the clues, and that's gonna be my synopsis, you know, of like what I found, my conclusion. Yeah, I also really like them in Syndicate, though they could take quite a bit of time in Syndicate, you know, but I thought they were also quite well done there. I did like in Origins how Bayek had a very investigative aspect to a lot of, you know, the missions that he's done. He definitely also had that approach. And yeah, I guess Eivor also to a degree, but it would definitely be cool if you really had like, you know, a case that goes on for longer, where you find clues across the game and it's like a mystery you have to solve or something, you know. And then like talking to people at different times, you know, might lead to different outcomes or like, you know, information received. But yeah, I think, you know, the assassins being also investigators of murder sites is very fitting. And definitely an aspect that I wouldn't mind them focusing more on. It just probably is one of those things where as soon as the players have to actively think for themselves, you know, and actually engage in brain activity, then that's not a good thing anymore nowadays. You know, it's the reason they got rid of the glyph puzzles in AC2 and Brotherhood, because, you know, a very small percentage of people actually bothered to play them or like wanted to play them. And I mean, that's alright, you know. And I think it's wrong of players to expect that they should do those kind of things. But what my issue is mostly that's the reason for the developers to be like, okay, we're just gonna take it out, I guess, you know. Because there's still people that might be interested in it, or people revisiting the games and then being interested in it. But it also seems like, you know, it has affected like gameplay to a level where a lot of things have been streamlined and made much more simplistic. Like when you talk about parkour, for instance, you know, you don't want to have to think about anymore what button to press to go into one direction or do like a menu jump or whatever. It's too much player control, and it means also more players being frustrated because they have to actively think about where they're going. But yeah, you catch my drift. Yeah, right after. So much to that. Yeah, Dr. Darling, that was one of the new NPC quotes that I've added. It's a classic, even though I've never played Skyrim. I kinda had to add it. Rodriguez in Origins, when she killed the Abstergo agents of Hidden Blade, they didn't actually die, they just pretended they died. Exactly. And then she went back to the Animus while they pretended to be asleep, I guess. It's like, how much longer do we have to do this? We're like in the middle of a desert. And I'm thirsty. I guess I'm really gonna die then, but not to Layla, just to starvation and thirst. Avi, never understood why people defend Ubisoft Quebec. The writing is god awful, and the law is such an important part of the franchise. Yeah, the Quebec is like the main studio. Though if Ubisoft indeed sell out, hell yeah, that would mean the end to Quebec. Or that could be the end to AC as a whole, which is a sad thought, but looking at the current state of the franchise, it's already dead. I don't blame you for having a bit of a grimmer view on the current state of the franchise, because I'm not very hopeful. My only glimmer of hope is Assassin's Creed codename Hexer at the moment. Because I know it's done by Moncho and written by Darby, who I've always really, you know, valued as a writer, and could always tell how much he cares about the franchise. How much time he also spent on like Reddit, just talking to community, you know, and being completely open about his creative process and, you know, about his like thoughts, why he's written certain things like that, you know. He's also always looking for feedback, which is great to see. But yeah, with Quebec, I don't have much hope either. I think it's really a bit of a disgrace how they are going about the historical research for, you know, Shadows, for instance. I'm not even talking about Yasuke as a character, because that is for me, you know, something that's completely valid to choose as a character, because he historically has been confirmed to be there. It's more how little they care about things like, okay, we're gonna take a Torii gate and we're gonna make Yasuke destroy it for like some marketing gag. Not realizing that Torii gates are deeply connected to the destruction caused by the atomic bombs, you know. It's like a symbol for the Japanese people, you know, of that time. And never in your whole research of Japanese culture have you ever thought about, Torii gates, what could be their importance, you know? Yeah, that's not the only thing with Torii gates. You know, they supposedly always stand in front of like temples and shrines, you know? They apparently place them like pretty much all across the place, you know, in the game. So you can basically assume they just looked at Torii gates, thought, oh yeah, they look like a cool architecture, and put them in the game for whatever reason, or reasons they saw fit, but never once cared about actually doing the little amount of research to know, you know, that's the symbolic of like a Torii gate, you know. It's just one of many things, and in a recent interview they revealed that they basically first created the game and then very late in the development stage got historical advisors to basically be like, okay, yeah, this might be correct, this might not be correct, you know. Instead of having them involved in the actual creative process of the concept phase, you know. That's like the first thing that Montreal does every time they create an AC game. It's one, they do a field trip to the country they want to showcase. To be fair, that's also one thing Quebec does, because it has become like common practice, I guess, in these development processes. But it's something that Montreal kind of like started doing, of course. And, you know, to do like a whole lot of research. I mean, if you've ever seen the amount of books that Darby McDavid read, you know, for his research of writing Valhalla, it's just not even comparable. But yeah, so much to my rant about Quebec. But yeah, I do think though that AC is gonna, as long as it's selling, I think it's gonna be kept alive. You know, they of course have many games planned. So we're gonna have to expect many more years of like remakes potentially, and like multiplayer VR games and main titles. And even if Tencent is gonna buy Ubisoft, I'm pretty certain that Assassin's Creed, you know, it's like the flagship product of Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft. That would be very stupid to wanna like end Assassin's Creed, you know. The only reason they could take is, okay, it's actually not selling anymore, but you know, Assassin's Creed is still their best-selling franchise, really. That's why they gotta milk the cow so much with the games. Like 10 games in 5 years or something, supposedly. Or was it? I'm not sure. But there are many games at least. But yeah, of course, that kind of saturation, you know, could also mean that, you know, less people will be interested in buying more. Prophet's awesome at a sword. It matched the visuals and the commentary so well. It really did. Yeah, I would have to watch it completely again, because it's been a while since I've seen it. But it's also this kind of like gloomy atmosphere, you know, it's like super cloudy, and the kind of like manner of, you know, newscaster as well. Certainly quite fitting. Yeah, some of the glyph puzzles were really tricky. I definitely didn't get to solve all of them on my first couple of playthroughs. I did like a few of them, but ultimately I was also bit overwhelmed at times and just focused on the story more. But I was also more of a filthy casual at that point. Just kidding. But yeah, like when I started streaming, I took those kind of like playthroughs much more in depth. The showcase, I guess. And that's why I also done like all of the glyph puzzles for the first time, like back to back. And I actively tried to have to solve all of them all by myself. Like I couldn't use any kind of guide for my first time solving all of them. And yeah, some of them I literally sit there for like an hour, like getting through like one entire glyph puzzle in like Brotherhood or something. That of course wasn't like the average time for me, but when it kind of gets done, and you have literally like no idea, you're just like sitting there staring at the screen, like being like, okay, what now? But yeah, some of the solutions are really tricky. Like in one of the ones for AC2, you have to of course always find like a number and match it with a symbol, right? In these like different pictures they give you. And usually the numbers are always inside the pictures, right? So you never look like on the Animus simulation or whatever. But for one of them, you have to find like a 4 or something in between the pictures in the Animus space, which only pops up very faintly and not quite as often. And finding out that that's the number I had to look out for was like, seriously, guys? But yeah, they certainly all have a unique kind of logic in them. What the story said when Abstergo was first created and you play as an assassin who infiltrates the officers to find out what they're about. And the discovery it's created by the Templars. They could even make it a side story to whatever the main plot of the game would be. Maybe the descendant of the assassin in the 1930s is in the main game story. And they discover things about their ancestor by experiencing the memories of investigating Abstergo and infiltrating their facilities. I would love it. Back when Assassin's Creed was still in the earlier stage, it was actually one of the most heavily requested settings on like Reddit and stuff. Because it was like so much more focused on modern day and like the overall lore, right? And we of course knew that Abstergo was created in the 30s. Also as an attempt to kind of like chime in on, capitalism, I guess, and using like the front of a company to control market shares and like, a bigger percentage of like control in a country, and also pushing for more countries to abandon, like dictatorships and stuff and becoming a free commercial state, of course. I think that's a really interesting kind of like thematic in what differs Abstergo from, the Templars, for instance. And yeah, I would love to see, like the 20s, the 30s in an AC game. Especially in between the two world wars, Would be an interesting time setting. But yeah, that's certainly one I would love to see as well.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
You mean Joyce?
On a first name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
Why all the negativity?
Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the war, suddenly pensive. Ava, you feel AC Nightfall and AC The White Death are must-happen AC games. So when would Nightfall be? What kind of setting would that one be? Disco Symposium. A symposium. We're just gonna simp for anyone who gives us any kind of attention. The message didn't show up. So the last one before you fear AC Nightfall and AC The White Death are must-have AC games from you was There's Still Some You Never Understand. About the puzzles in Brotherhood 2. At least on my end. Yeah, no worries, Ave, take your time. So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
Yeah, I can't write Cindy the Scow was here. That's impossible.
She wants it to be something true and total.
But you're so happy that Red Dead Redemption 1 is going to PC. Going to be funny to see what mods will be made. Might even go to see Looney Tunes mod finally. That would be perfect. But yeah, I'm really happy too, you know. One thing people said, the first thing we're gonna install as a mod is gonna be a mod that changes John's head with Arthur's head from Red Dead Redemption 2. Since Arthur, of course, gives it to John symbolically by the end of Red Dead 2's story. But yeah, there's definitely the possibility of you know, having really funny and wacky mods as well. But yeah, a Looney Tunes mod I would be all for. Would be funny as like a fun, you know, kind of like playthrough. Yeah, still haven't seen a message for Ave, unfortunately. Did anybody else? Or is it just me? But that would be awesome as a tribute to Arthur, as a character for in real life tributes and in game universe. Absolutely, yeah. Hey Vaora, welcome in. Citizen. How's it going? Did I find the body yet without puking? Well, we did find it, of course, but yeah, I couldn't investigate it yet to a point where we didn't puke. So we've just been focusing on other investigations in the meantime, but we made some good progress for sure. Getting some decisive clues. We did find out where we lost our gun and who potentially bought it from a pawn shop. And we also found out that the guy who was at the strike, you know, the super muscular guy that was like the leader of the scabs, I guess, that he's like just a paid mercenary pretty much and pretending to be. one of the rebel leaders. So yeah, I made some progress in that regard at least. But yeah, overall, we're still on day 1, though it's almost over. I think 10 p.m. We're now half to 10. It's gonna be the end of the day, and then we can finally catch some sleep and start on the second day. Twitch do not like Aves. Yeah, if you want, you can also send me the message as a private direct message, or you could post it on Discord or something. Sorry that Twitch seems to be not complying there. No idea. Maybe it's like too long or something, but then Twitch would usually give like a warning, right? Same here, Rod, yeah. Yeah, that was the last one that I can see too. Wordsworth detective. Yeah, I guess our character never claimed to be very particularly good at it. But it's kind of funny because we actually found our statistic, like our ledger, where we kept track of like the different what we've like done over the years, and apparently we've been serving the cops for like 18 years, and we solved much more cases, or many more cases than any other cop has done, while killing a very little amount of people in comparison to others. So I think we had like 3 deaths across like 18 years of serving. And considering the position that the RCM is in, that's like Kim, my companion, was actually really astounded by our stats. So we used to be a very good detective apparently, but unfortunately we don't remember anything of it anymore. So right now we're definitely the worst detective, but we used to be quite good. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh yeah, you did, Aura. You did, say that the scab was a plant. But hey, it wasn't very convincing, was he? You just split him up, Ave? Definitely, yeah, you can do that. Rod, you once have a message did not send happened 3 times before the 4th attempt went through. I did have it as well, especially recently. Like the other day, when I was like a mobile, Twitch on your channel, I could only share, I think, was it like a resub or something, but anything other like didn't go through. Typical of Twitch, of course, as soon as you're trying to like monetize something, everything works. As soon as you're trying anything else, it doesn't. But yeah, it was really weird because like none of my messages were going through, and I couldn't see any other messages coming through either from like other people. Really, really weird. Or you like how this guy wakes up with nothing in his head and they immediately put him in a murder case. Yeah. definitely curious, but I guess also because we are partially responsible for, losing some of our belongings that are related to the case, apparently. Royal Canadian Mounties? Wait, what? AC Nightfall set in the 1300s. You play as Thomas de Carnillon as destroys the Templar Order, forcing the survivors to become more secretive. This game could be the first sort of linear AC game. The game could be a good connection between AC1 and AC2, with the game mentioning Altair and you meeting that one Auditore. Dude, that is like my most requested game ever since I've read the Auditorium in AC2. But yeah, of course, having that connection to Thomas de Carnillon and knowing that, he was in contact and actively working together with the Auditores, is a really good setup, because you could have a game both set in Italy and France and anything in between. But yeah, that is hands down my, the setting I most look forward to, potentially, but it's probably never gonna happen. But I think also playing as the son of Domenico Auditore, could be also interesting, because he gets taught by his father in, killing the Templars. And you could also see how the Villa Auditore gets built. And, also a sanctuary, and kind of you could also have it could be a comeback to the renovation system in a way, but in a more rudimentary form. But yeah, it's been one of those settings I've always been looking forward to hopefully get at some point. Also because I love AC1, AC2 so much, and having a connecting game would be great. Because there are quite a few years in between AC1 and 2. It's about 300 years difference. Funny that, isn't it? Yeah, makes you wonder why. That's a very Ave. I, knew what you meant. But yeah, Nightfall I would 100% be down with. Or you just think you should see a doctor before taking a new case? It sounded like you said Rom when talking about the police, to ask if it was Canadian. No worries, Aura. RCM, sorry. Yeah. Not Rom. Kind of read it as an O, not a C. But yeah, the RCM is basically the Revacholiere something criminal ministerium. I'm not sure, but it's basically the police department in this game, which you're part of. That could be something Bordeaux could do as a game, if not Montreal. That's true. I would love personally for Montreal to do it, of course, but I want all the AC games, made by them. But yeah, Bordeaux would be a good choice too, because that they are going to care about delivering an experience that hopefully, adds something to the whole AC fantasy. Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a world-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Wanna hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I knew it would happen. It's like as soon as you allow her to do this, it's like, okay, what's the point now? I'm doing this to be a rebel. Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Fucko. Bucko. I'd rather be roasted today, I think. With some more insults.
Murderous, greedy, nekatiadet.
Indeed.
You lack anything remotely resembling a brain.
Oh yeah, keep it flowing. Roast me further. I'm not quite brown yet. Gotta be nice and golden brown. Ave AC the White Death, set during the Second World War, the year of 1939. You play as a Finnish assassin of the Northern Empire, who's helping the Finnish army with the Russian invasion. One of the assassins you serve under could be the infamous Simon Heha, also known as the White Death. Interesting. Now that's the setting, or like, I mean, the setting of course has been mentioned a lot of times, but not in that kind of like approach. At least I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, that could be quite interesting. But focusing on just playing as assassins for a few games in a row would be nice. Yeah, it would be crazy, wouldn't it? You know, playing Assassin's Creed games with assassins. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm totally open to playing like, you know, people that aren't assassins, but I don't think it's something that should necessarily overwhelm the amount of like assassins represented, you know, in like games going forward. Because recently, I mean, in the last 10 years, you know, it's been like definitely a lack of assassin protagonists. So, yeah, I mean, of course, especially in the RPG, you know, games. But not only that, you know, also having gameplay that really suits playing an assassin would also be good. This game could also be linear and sort of reminiscent of The Last of Us. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't mind them also, you know, kind of like testing around with like different genres or like taking certain elements of other genres into their games, you know, because that's something, you know, like, yes, they, of course, it would be nice if they also cater to, you know, the assassin fantasy and like assassin gameplay, but it's also good to sometimes innovate a little bit, you know, on at least other fronts. You can still keep like elements that made AC games great. Like good stealth, good parkour, all that fun stuff. But you also gotta like innovate on a degree. Otherwise it's just, you know, more of the same. But, you know, inspire yourself by things that actually add meaningful additions, you know, to the assassin fantasy. But last one was insensitive. This detective has an empty head. Yeah, a lot of these insults definitely are. Yeah, no worries, Avi. So now from Brotherhood then. Fair, yeah. Such a highbrow concept for a playable character in an Assassin's Creed game. After Syndicate in 2015, we just got Aya, Bike, and Bazin. As playable, of course, there's more than those three in terms of assassin characters in general. That's true, you know. And with Bike and Aya, of course, you know, they of course eventually become assassins. But it's more really about the journey of getting there. But for Origins, you know, it definitely is like a gray zone a little bit, because while you're technically not an assassin yet, it's all about how you get there, so it is an origin story. But yeah, then, you know, you're playing as a mercenary, then as a Viking. Never to join the assassins, really. And there's of course like quite a few years as well that those games cover, where games where you don't play as an assassin are not really appearing. The reason Simon is known as the White Death is because he killed very many Russians. He was a sniper who dealt serious blows to the Russian army invading Finland. In case you didn't know, the historical event is known as the Finnish Winter War. He used sheaths to get around, and he hid in snow, clothed in white. Damn. Yeah, that's definitely something that I can see, you know, would be super effective. Because, I mean, you know, in some parts of Finland, but also like even in Germany, when you're like in the more mountainous areas or something, or you know that you have like lots of like snow coming down, using sheaths to kind of like go around was like common practice in the 20th century in like many places actually. Because with snow and not really lots of like, you know, road maintenance and stuff, it wasn't too easy, you know, taking your car somewhere. So she's actually a really good way of like getting about. Also, give me just another second. Okay. So yeah, you know, using that of course to get from one point to another in that situation would be quite helpful. But yeah, the whole like you know, sniping out of the snow. I would also imagine that it wouldn't be too easy actually staying warm, you know, in that situation. Especially if you want to move, you know, it means like potentially exposing yourself. That's a good point, Avi. Yeah, it definitely is in plain sight, you know, yet unseen, because you become like, you know, part of like the plain sight, really. Just like, you know, blending in with society, you know, you can clearly see there's like lots of people, but can you make out the single individual? Not so much. But yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind like a modern take on an AC game and actually playing as a sniper or something. But also still having like, you know, close-up kills and stuff, but yeah, I mean, you know, it just comes with the territory. I think Hitman has also shown how, you know, stealth sniper gameplay can work really well sometimes. $542 kills, damn. Yeah, probably have heard of the Winter War at some point, but it definitely wasn't like fresh in my mind or something. I wonder if he maybe learned about it back in history class, because he went through the Second World War in depth quite often. But I wouldn't really say that Finland has had like a huge, or has made up a huge amount of what we talked about. But yeah, that's a cool idea. I like it.
I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go for.
Actually, there is a shortage.
Okay, we did
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've
asked that already.
eyes on you.
Rigorous self-critique.
I am. Complete another fort.
Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Damn. But yeah, I guess that comes with a rigorous self-critique. You know, he's like criticizing himself to a point where he's not trying to run away from like the bad shit he's done. He's like confronting himself with it. But to a point where it might, you know, become destructive. So in them, Cyber check failed CO +1 morale. FYS and physical and motoric red checks failure CO +1 health. Learning cap for pain threshold raised to 6. Okay then. Okay, so we got all of these forts completed here for now. And that's a lot of forts we still have to like potentially get into. Robocop we got rid of. It's bad. It's the best possible setting can think of to finish for a finished game. We showed German history class were focused on other things happening during World War II. Yeah, I mean also, you know, of course, we had a very strong focus on all the atrocities and the responsibility that Germany held in the whole conflict, and being very harsh in the criticism against it, of course. There's been also a phase called the denazification after the World War II ended, because obviously, you know, not all Nazis died or got killed or whatever. They were still very much, you know, continuing to living as citizens afterwards. And it didn't stop a lot of the propaganda or like what they maybe thought was the right thing. But that's why, you know, the countries kind of like took over different parts of Germany, tried actively to denazify. Also getting people out of, you know, positions that might held any kind of power that have been confirmed that anything to do with the Nazis more in depth, for instance. So yeah, we definitely, you know, really confronted ourselves in German history classes with Germany's role in all of this, Germany's role. But we also, you know, definitely didn't just focus on Germany. We had a very broad spectrum when it came to that World War and what happened in other countries. Yeah, that wasn't too cool, Harry there. But yeah, at least he's confronting himself with, you know, some of the things he's done in the past. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really good, you know, because many countries perform atrocities, unfortunately, and, you know, often it's not talked about anymore, you know. For instance, the United States, you know, like things they've done in Vietnam, for instance, you know. More often than not, people kind of like commend people on like, thank you for your service or something like it, you know. And the soldiers themselves maybe realizing, you know, awful things they would have to do. You know, they might not even want to feel like they want to be thanked for the service, considering the stuff they've seen that maybe had to do. But yeah, I think it's always good when countries try to be like transparent and try to really work on talking about those issues, you know, and exposing people that had something to do with it. We don't blame Germany for World War II. Those damn French made the new conflict inevitable when blaming one country for World War I instead of taking any responsibility. As you know, there are many other countries involved in that contract thing. Yeah, it was, you know, definitely like the Vertrag von Versailles, that's what we call it here. The contract of Versailles, maybe that's what it's called in English, not sure. It actively brought Germany into a position where they struggled very deeply financially, you know. And while there were, of course, like upswing also for the arts and like in general with the Weimarer Republic, you know, Germany in between the two world wars, it didn't, you know, stop Germany from undergoing severe issues in the, you know, like economy. And that led way for the Nazis to take power because people voted for the far right because, you know, they had all of these issues and the far right party promised to, you know, deal with it and solve it. And on some level, you know, they did bring better stability for people, which is why they're stuck with him so much. But, yeah, it's difficult, you know, it's like very complex thematics, and one thing that happens down the line can have like a huge impact, but never, of course, with the intention that something like this would escalate on that level. But yeah, they wanted to punish Germany, rightfully so, after World War I. But yeah, of course, not realizing what that could actually unleash, you know. But yeah, it's always a bit too easy to just say, okay, this one individual is like responsible for everything, or, you know, this one country. There's always a common responsibility, but yeah, you know, Germany was of course still one of the driving factors because they wanted to expand, you know. They wanted to restore the former, you know, German empire and some bullshit like that, you know. Taking over other countries forcefully. And we of course see it nowadays as well with countries like Russia. But, you know, you should just leave the past in the past sometimes. Thank you for the lurk, Ave. Yeah, I feel like many countries could really do with some self-reflection, you know, instead of like glorifying their past or something. But unfortunately, whatever fits into the rhetoric and, you know, propaganda of a country, or whatever doesn't fit into it, is just not gonna be femitized. But yeah, the USA certainly has a lot to, you know, kind of like bring up again and really like, I always forget the word, like in German it's aufarbeiten. I'm just gonna translate it now. I don't know, it's not really something I can translate too well into English. It's like workup or process history, but it's not really the same. Aufarbeit means so much as to like taking a topic and really work on actively highlighting the issues of a topic and try to expose it to the public as well, pretty much. So that most people aren't in ignorance of what happened anymore, basically. Yeah, you know, like desperate situations lead people to making desperate choices, which most often doesn't lead to good outcomes, unfortunately. You know, you can see it nowadays as well, unfortunately. But there's many people, you know, voting for certain ideas just because it comes as a promise of something potentially positive for them, something. But yeah, I mean, Germany certainly wasn't the only country having imperialistic approaches. When you think about Italy and Mussolini, for instance, you know, he glorified the ancient Romans pretty much, you know. Like the ancient Roman Empire was like the best thing ever. And he, similar to the Romans, also wanted to expand the borders of Italy, if possible. But yeah, that's definitely another thing, you know, it's like how future generations deal with like the burden of something like it, you know. Because as a German, you know, like growing up and then learning about that history is like kind of devastating, you know, knowing that some of your ancestors might have had something to do with it. But at the same time, it's like you feel so detached, you know, because it's like none that you ever would have had anything to do with it. And it's also like, you know, a generation where you don't really have much contact to anymore because like my grandparents, you know, they were like born at the end of the Second World War or if it's, you know, shortly afterwards, pretty much. So they also only like grew up with like stories of it pretty much, you know. So actively talking with people who have been participating in World War would have been like my great-grandparents who I've never really like met, you know, like consciously. So it's also like sort of like detach, I guess, you know, in that sense. Yeah, no worries, Avi. Thank you again for the lurk. Yeah, no worries, or I can type that word in. I mean, it's not like a super complex word or anything, but we use it in that context that I talked about. Roman Empire, the one that famously fell apart, that Roman Empire.
I do something for you. You do a few things for me. Everybody wins.
Everybody wins, especially you. We're just talking about generation trauma with your friend recently and about how there were PSAs, kind of like ads, but to give advice or reminders instead of to sell something. Run on TV in the 80s, also reminding parents to hug their own kids often and hit them less hard. Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but there had to be a PSA about that. You know. But yeah, there's certainly, you know, like things that happen in the previous generation that of course impact how the parents and grandparents would treat the following generations, which in turn affects how they're gonna live their life and, you know, maybe treat other people in their lives. Just all connected. Of course, not everything has like an actual impact, but It's like a bunch of strings connected. And you were like, damn, no wonder we're fucked. Our grandparents had to be taught to hug their own children. It's certainly interesting. Like, for example, when I think about, you know, my grandparents, they're definitely more kind of like on a distance than, for example, my parents now are with their grandchildren. But yeah, you know, generations and what happens can certainly have an impact on how people treat each other, or how, you know, close they might be to each other as well. But yeah, alright guys, I kinda want to save here because I'm not gonna be doing more for today. Already went a bit longer than I planned here. But yeah, it's going to be what we're gonna call it for today with our stream and Disco Elysium. But yeah, I would like to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining me for more of this. As it goes currently, it's gonna be a really long playthrough, unless the next days go by much shorter. But at least we made it almost to the end of the day, only half an hour left of in-game time. Then we can do the debrief and finally catch some rest. And yeah, then we're gonna see what the next day brings. I think I'm gonna wait with Valhalla until at least a weekend, because for my birthday I've actually ordered a new graphics card finally after 7 years of not upgrading, which should arrive on Friday if everything works out. So I'm gonna build it in on Friday, and maybe if I have a time, I'm doing like a cheeky Valhalla stream on Saturday with a new graphics card, and you know, that should also make the experience much smoother and hopefully much better, because my graphics card certainly is struggling with Valhalla at times. But yeah, quite excited for it, because yeah, it's been a long time since I've upgraded anything in my system. So yeah, that's probably gonna be on Saturday if I play more Valhalla, or next week again. Tomorrow I don't really plan on streaming with the birthday and everything, but I should be back on Friday though, and then we're probably just gonna be playing more Disco Elysium. Will be good to kinda be able to do a bit more progress this week and push the playthrough forward, make a start on the second day and the next steps on the investigation. Our grandparents and great-grandparents had their own traumas from wars and the depression, and that was passed on their own kids. That is true. Yeah, you know, for instance, like my parents grew up in the East German sector, and that was of course also a very repressive state. And I mean, you know, I got born shortly after, you know, Germany got unified. So you can imagine that all the stories of my parents, like living, you know, like almost 30 years in that system, had like quite an impact, you know. Like also how I view things like liberty in a state or government, or like censoring and getting treated differently because they're part of a certain social group. Just certainly has an impact, even if I never actually lived in that system. Anyways, coming back to the casual topics. Yeah, no worries, Aura. Thank you for being here and for joining. Dr. Darling, just in time for you to have an early dinner? Hell yeah. What are you having for dinner today? Levi and I are gonna make, we're gonna make stroganoff a Brazilian dish actually, which is like chicken and mushrooms in like a creamy sauce with a serve of rice and salad. And then they do like a twist where they have like very tiny and very thin kind of like fried potato sticks that you put on top of it, and it gives like kind of like a crunchy texture, which is really, really delicious. Like that combination. But yeah, it's basically like very small fries which you put on top of a dish. But yeah, catch you next time, Dr. Darling. Thanks for being here too. Oh yeah? No worries for the stream, Rod. Thank you also so much for being here, dude. I hope you have a good night and rest later. Thanks also again so much for the raid earlier as well. Thanks, Aura. I appreciate it. I definitely will. Dr. Lion, you would say it's because I'm using one PC. If I'm weren't streaming a game, the graphics card wouldn't have any problems. It would be the case if I would be using, let's say, an AMD card, or if I would be encoding over the processor, the CPU. However, given that I stream via NVENC, via NVIDIA encoder, it doesn't actually have any impact on the performance. It's like running on a separate chip on the graphics card, which means all the encoding is completely separate from the game performance, essentially. So yeah, NVENC is basically pretty lossless and doesn't have any or a very negligible impact on the system if you're streaming. Which is why I also bought another NVIDIA card, because when it comes to content creation and streaming and stuff, it's just, you know, AMD can't hold a candle to them. Why AMD, you know, in the same price spectrum gives like a much better performance raw FPS at native resolution. But yeah, NVIDIA just has so many other features, you know, that are of interest to me. Like lower power consumption, DLSS, you know, better ray tracing performance, which I don't care so much about. But also NVENC encoding, and yeah. This all comes together as a better package for me, you know, because I primarily stream games and not play them as much all by myself. But yeah, in my current system, the graphics card really isn't impacted much more by just streaming, which is pretty neat, you know. It's a good thing about the NVIDIA cards. It takes that load off for the encoding, while giving you really good quality in return. Rod, nice, it's your birthday tomorrow. Hell yeah. Brook dance. Indeed. And thank you, dude. Yeah, I think yours is also coming up soon, isn't it? In like November or something? I remember it easily because it's the release date of AC1, isn't it? Chicken with rice, Dr. Darling? Hell yeah, so pretty much the same that we are doing. Absolutely delicious. Always happy to discuss the impact of world-shattering events and errors on the human psyche. Absolutely. Yeah, we're certainly gonna talk more about it once we actually get to some of these huge wars in the historical order run. I wouldn't mind playing some games that not only deal with the actual wars, but maybe also deal with the impacts of said wars. Especially at 8:30 in the morning. It's a perfect start into the day, isn't it? Just getting clinically depressed early in the morning. Listening to some Disco Elysium music, you know. That's gonna put you in the mood for the rest of the day. Yeah, no, I hope you still have a beautiful day, Aura. And, you know, that probably, and hopefully it doesn't linger on your mind too long. Cheers, Rod. Special Guitar Hero birthday celebration stream. Now that's an idea. We're gonna see. I mean, maybe I do a spontaneous one, but there's a few things I wanna do tomorrow. Like also in preparation for the guests and stuff. And yeah, gonna see. Probably won't have all that much time. But you never know. That's June, November 13th. Hell yeah. I mean, it's a pretty cool coincidence that it's falling on the same day as, you know, one of our most beloved franchises, you know, originating. Classic Tuesday morning. Tuesday? I thought today was Wednesday. It would be a fine day. You've been sick, so it's not like the worst thing. It was you were a psychology major. You've discussed worse even earlier than this. Fair enough, yeah. But yeah, sorry to hear that you've been sick, Aura. I hope you feel much better soon. So I still like, you know, just taking the day to like heal and stuff. But yeah, I mean, when I'm sick, I also don't remember what day of the week it is, to be honest. I wouldn't really, you know, care too much about that. Just mostly concerned with like getting back to health. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. Well, hopefully it's gonna be a chill day for you and you can, you know, like rest as much as you need. And hopefully feel much better soon. But yeah, so this is gonna be it for today. I'm gonna go and have a look if we find someone to raid. I would also like to give some shoutouts to some fellow streamers. Would like to highly recommend checking out Rod, Shilla, Maxi, and Ronnie. Rod is currently doing his Booktober, where he plays through a bunch of different horror-themed games. Those included games like Alien Isolation, but also Call of Cthulhu, Resident Evil, and Awake, among others. So if you're up for some horror-themed games this month, then definitely check out that. He's also really into narratively focused games like Rockstar games, but also Assassin's Creed as well. Shilla has been playing The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. It's his first ever playthrough of a game that he's doing. Maxi is currently working on his first ever playthrough of Assassin's Creed Valhalla, going for the Platinum Trophy, I believe. We also recently finished, how was the game called? Astrobot, one of the newest PlayStation 5 titles, which was really cool to see actually. And also check out Ronnie. Ronnie has been playing Ghost of Tsushima. I'm also a big fan of the Spider-Man games, but also Red Dead Redemption and GTA. So yeah, Ronnie's also a scientist. So anything, you know, of kind of like relevance in that regard, he also loves to talk to and talk about in his streams. So yeah. If you haven't checked out any of those streamers yet, then you know where to find them. Yeah, that's understandable, Aura. Sleep is certainly important in, you know, keeping up the cognitive abilities. No worries of a shout out, Rod. More than happy to give you one. Yeah, I was also a bit surprised seeing Ghost of Tsushima there in the game category. Not sure if he's already done a stream of that game and I just missed it, or if he's about to do one. But it's always great to see people play that game for the first time. I think he's really gonna like it too. Since I know that he likes, you know, high quality, kind of like narratively focused cinematic games. So that might be just down his alley. Ah, did he? Very nice. That's cool. Plus different heads. Yeah, I know that he recently talked about what he could maybe be doing for Ghost of Tsushima as like a head idea. We're kind of like talking about, you know, straw hats. But he was also talking about, you know, headbands as well. It's gonna be cool to see what kind of ideas he comes up with, because Ghost of Tsushima, of course, has plenty of headgear, you know, from the mask to the hats to the headbands. Alright, so we're gonna go and raid out to Gisleck, who's playing some Star Wars Outlaws. Hey Vafure, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you for lurking too. And thanks for posting raid emotes, Verrod. So yeah, if you want to join us for a raid over to Gisleck, feel free to copy and paste those raid emotes. And I will catch you at the latest on Friday again, with possibly more of this Elysium. So until then, I hope you all have a great couple of days, and yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Until then.
May the Hidden One greet you. The Lord of the Duat awaits.